Alright, hello, greetings and welcome. Huh? My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and just double checking, can you hear me? Just making sure. Because something is weird with my audio right now, and I am not sure if it's actually coming through. Let me just check over here in a separate device. Yep, that works. So, why? Maybe it's just super quiet. Can you hear background music? I don't know. Let me go to my mixer and just see that nothing is more weird than usual. Yeah, that works. That's all as normal. That's all as normal. So I don't know why. Huh. Let me check over here. That's as normal. Okay. Ah, okay. So weird stuff is happening with my audio. Please let me know if you can't hear anything. Let me just type that as well, just in case. I just want to confirm. This is there. Let me just switch devices and let's see. There and back. Still nothing. Okay. I suppose I shall just be sitting in silence then. Okay. Because I'd usually be able to hear the background music as well, but I can't for some obscure reason. Maybe it's got to do with maybe it is weird. Nope. That ain't it. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Hopefully everything will be working. Anyway. I hope everyone is doing well and that it is or has been a good Wednesday. Please pardon the scuff on my end. It is not YouTubing or VTubing without scuff, right? It's not VTubing without scuff. So, this day is gonna be a little bit of an interesting one. In the sense that I actually do want to just dial this up just a smidge. I'm not 100% sure that it's in the room enough. Okay, so I am going to be doing some work along madness this day. So I hope you guys, if you have things that you need to work on, that you can have some productivity alongside me this day. It is unstructured, so it's not gonna be like a Pomodoro type thing or anything like that. It's just I'm gonna be here behind the hex curtain, doing our thing, plugging away at our tasks, and hopefully having some interesting conversations along the way. As always, feel free to interrupt me at any point in time. I will be kind of half narrating what I am doing as I'm working on it because, you know, I want to keep some stuff on air and just thinking about madness, even though you can't necessarily see what I am working with. I am currently doing a outfit design for Zany that we were working on yesterday as well as art layers for Heoteo, that VTuber model that is in progress as well. So I'll be switching between those two as I see fit, basically. There's much to do on both fronts, and both have relatively close by due dates as well. Zany needs to be delivered very, very soon. I'm still fighting iterations on that. But we have made progress since yesterday, so hopefully I will have a build to inspiration or 3 in the run of today as well. So yeah, fun times. Also, please let me know if you can't hear anything or if anything goes funky in the course of the stream as well. It's mad, but you can't trust technology all the way. But we do what we can, right? We do what we can. Yes. I just want to see, maybe it's this? Is it this? No, that's all the way up. So that's not it. Huh. Okay. So it is on monitoring out. Huh. Weird. Can I fix this? It was working earlier. It was working earlier, so I don't know why. And all other audio is working. Oh well. Well, in any case, we continue, we carry on, we do what we can, right? So, I hope you all have your hydrations close at hand as well. I am once again on water this day. What is everyone else drinking? You know what? I'm going to dive in with Teo, I think. But I have a plan for the back of this skirt. After learning a thing or two from the what used to be called the cheeky rig, but which is now Lunabelle model. Is the official new name for the cheeky rig is Lunabelle. Which I just want to check. Is there a date yet? It doesn't look like there's a debut date yet. Doesn't look like there's a debut day yet. Oh well. It's okay. I will let you guys know as soon as I do. Regarding that. Waffle. Okay. So let us zoom in and start with the next piece. I think what I'm going to do is there are a lot of pleats to this, but I am thinking that I am going to, instead of doing battle with, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sections per side. Ish. I am going to split this into 3 layers and then do madness beyond that. So, on the sketch, we don't see what I'm looking for, so we hide that. Okay. Hide that one. I don't want to see it. Now let's see what I can get right with this lot. Katrina, hello. Hi, just wanted to pop in while I'm on lunch and see how you're doing. Oh, thank you for dropping in, Katrina. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Thank you for dropping by. I hope that you are having a restful and tasty lunch break. I'm doing alright. It has been so slow. Oh dear. If there's one thing I learned from my friends in IT, it's that when one mentions how slow a workday is, chaos immediately ensues. So I wish you very good luck for whatever happens after break. It's like the unspoken, actually widely spoken rule of shift work, basically. So I wish you luck in advance. I'm at an appointment-only clinic, and I use the craziness of urgent care I'm dying of boredom. Oh, you're used to there being more going on than what there is. Okay. An appointment-only clinic. Wow. Luxuries. Right? Yeah. Wow. Do you ever get people who walk in to set an appointment, or are appointments pretty much only via call and email and other automation? Just per curiosity. If it's not something you can answer, please feel free to say so. Because that logistics is interesting. To know how various businesses can deem to operate. They know exactly who is coming and when, and it kills me. Appointments are usually set up on the phone. Okay. But sometimes patients come in. It doesn't happen too often. Okay. So it is very much a closed system. In that regard. Interesting. Yeah, okay. You can't see it because I have obviously got the hex curtain up, but I'm currently working on pleats on a skirt for Teo. And because I'm working on clothing layers, sometimes stuff shows that's not really safe for YouTube. As I hide and make things visible. Because I'm going to be switching between working on art layers for Teo and armor iterations for Zany, as per mental capacity. And pleated skirts fun to wear. I think I found a solution that will make it less painful for me to rake, maybe, than with, for example, the cheeky now Luna Wolf model, because it's a similar long back sort of a thing, except more box pleats than loose wrinkles. Because Luna Wolf Cheeky's tacit skirts were basically a circle skirt, essentially. Well, this is actual box pleats. And I think I have a method that is going to make it such that I am not going to have necessarily the same challenges on rigging the skirt this time as I did with Luna Wolf's. Yeah. So, yeah, Cheeky has renamed herself to Luna Wolf. And yeah, so when I refer to Luna now, that is referring to Cheeky. So yes, it's going to take a little bit of time to recalibrate accordingly, but putting it on record now for future streams that when I'm referring to the Luna rig, I'm actually referring to the Cheeky rig, etc. For anyone who is watching the VODs back, good luck. There's a lot of VODs that I'd need to edit potentially with extra details, but I'll get there eventually, maybe, hopefully. I don't know. Is anyone ever going to watch those VODs in the distant future? Who knows? Who knows? Right? But anyway, we plug away, and basically what this method that I'm going to try is that I'm using one layer for one art layer for all of the pieces that are basically one art piece for everything that's basically on the same operational layer. Sounds good. I love having VODs on while working on homework. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's. I suppose the back work value is there. It is there, I guess. I'm always a little bit self-conscious about VODs, in the sense of are these ever going to get watched back? Who knows? Because you look at it and it's like, oh, 6 hours a stream. Hectic stuff. But hearing that people do actually watch those and do actually find value in them, it gives me a little bit of a confidence boost, so thank you for that. Alright, so I'm going to hide that one for a second. I'm not going to need all of those, so those can go away. I only need 3 layers. Me too. I do 8 hours and I'm like, no one will watch them. No, yeah, I know. It definitely feels that way. It definitely feels that way. And yet, when you think about it with a slightly more rational mind, it makes sense, sort of, that people would still potentially listen to the things. Obviously, content dependent, like what is being worked on and how much conversation is actually happening. But it is nice to know that it is something that can potentially happen. So I've now got the front and almost all of the back sections. Verticals in place. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy. Granted. Oh, I passed my term finals. Oh, nice work. Well done. Congrats. Nice. That's epic. Fantastic work. Well done. That is definitely something worth celebrating. Yeah, I'm excited. I should be done soon. Yay! No, incredibly well done. Studies are never easy if you're doing them properly, and I sincerely respect the effort that goes into those. Like, obviously there's some content that gets absorbed a little bit more readily than others, but still, the act of putting in effort to commit it to the usable application is not always a straightforward process. And hopefully if I get to go where I want to go, I will be working in a closed-door pharmacy, so no patient interaction. Ooh. And I can just work on people's meds all day. I can't wait for that. Ooh, ooh. Interesting. So basically a closed-door pharmacy. I've never heard of that before. Do you have time to explain how that works? Yeah, I can explain it. Yay! Alright, okay, so that's the back section. So then it's just going to be the little tags that connect those. Okay. We can get there. Let me hide the source render. Basically, closed-door pharmacies are pharmacies that work for long-term care facilities or hospitals. They are off-site and don't deal with the public. The delivery driver picks up the script that was made and distributes them. We would make unit doses for patients and chemotherapy infusions. It's going to be very fun. Okay. So basically, you'd then be doing hospital-only sort of work instead of a client-facing. Okay. That makes sense. Important job. Yeah? Okay. Nice. I sincerely hope that you get to go for that, because that is a very... To be able to work in a field where one is slightly protected from the ire of the person at the counter is indeed a blessing in a great many industries. Because inevitably there's someone who is somewhat troublesome. Are we talking about disgruntled customers now? Not altogether in the classic sense. But Citrina was just explaining to me how closed-door pharmacies work. Because it is possible, if studies go well on that side, that she may end up getting work in that field, and I think that is very exciting. It would be so nice because I can help and not have to talk to the people. The perfect job for me, except for the co-workers. I'll talk to them. Yeah. Because it's a different kind of work talking to the general public, which have a very different herd mentality, sort of, than when you're dealing with a small team of people who are familiar. It's a very different sort of social dynamic and talking behaviorally. It's a very, very different sort of vibe. Which is altogether different from streaming on top of everything else as well. Completely different kinds of public speaking. And public interaction. Or interaction in general. Public speaking is a whole fourth different kind of skill. It is. I'm excited, and I am doing this. I'll also get a set schedule, and thus have more schedule wiggle room for streaming. It is a win-win, indeed. It does sound like one. It definitely does sound like it. Exciting! Exciting! I hope it goes well. I really hope it goes well. I need to expand that. That's why things are looking strange. Okay. Because I won't have to interact with strangers, essentially I'll have a social battery that won't be exhausted instantly and can do things outside of work again. Yes, the social battery management is definitely going to be a huge, huge victory. I need to go back into the torch box. See you later. Yeah, okay, Citrina, thank you for dropping by. Good luck in there. Fight hard. You got this. You got this. Alright. I'm just checking. Is the audio balance okay? Because I have my audio set to monitoring, but for some obscure reason I cannot hear well, I've got my audio set to monitor and output on the background music, but I can't hear it. So I don't know if it's working. I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know if you can, if it's too loud. I don't know. Because for some obscure reason it's not playing in my ear, and I've checked with other stuff, and my headphones are attached correctly. So I'm just a little confused. First things first, let me center this, because otherwise anyone's OCD is going to have a bad day. Where is the actual piece here? There we go, that's better scaling. Copy that. Paste it. Delete that one. There you go. Merge that down. Edit. Nope. Let's go transform. Perspective. Or start. Something along those lines. And then we go duplicate that one. And drop it in there. Okay. Or did I do the dumb? I think I did the dumb. Yes, I did the dumb. I don't want to use perspective. Firstly, trim off all of that extra information. All of that extra information. Edit mesh transfer. And something along those lines. Almost got this one piece in place. Alright, that should do the trick there. Yeah, we duplicate. Amplify flash. Let's try that. Make it big because there needs to be a bit of a dent here. Okay, that. Nope. that did not do anything. That was too sharp. There we go. Okay. That will work. That'll do the trick. Now for this side. We need first also use this alignment. That almost there. All right. I think it's time for our first hydrate, guys. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. Let's take a sip. That's the stuff. Right there. On this side, what we need to do is grab these. Nope. Number 3, yes. There we go. Now we grab the inks from number 3 and paste. Hide number 3. And the inks for number 1, copy and paste. Grab everything above that area. Be gone with you because I don't need to do that tie up. That much is enough. More than already, but anyway. Black. you know. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Josie, Joxai, hello, hello. How's it going? It is going. We are being productive in the background. How are you doing? How are you doing? I think I've had success with some stuff that I'm going to be plowing through. So yeah. I'm chilling, doing good. Glad to hear the productivity. I will lurk, but have a good time. Okay, thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate it. I hope that you will also be productive in whatever endeavors you are currently working on as well. Yes, we are currently doing stuff that I can't necessarily work on stream a little bit. I'm doing outfit layers for Heyoteo's model, and also in between trying to figure out the next iterations for Zany. So I am flipping between those two tasks today. And the thing with that is that it's either a lot of staring at the screen wondering what on earth I'm going to do, or there is a potential for, you know, accidental flashing of body layers that we do not necessarily want to show on YouTube or on stream. So yes, I have to have the hex curtain up for today. But I hope that we can all be communally productive. Please let me know if you can even hear the music, because I cannot. Let me see if it may be changing the sunlight. Kick it in the head a little bit. Let's try that one. Okay, I still can't hear it. Outdoor content, which is weird. It is weird because it is safe to monitor and output. Very, very, very weird. Interesting. Okay, I will need to figure that out because maybe it's just OBS that needed to be kicked in the head, and reset. But whatever the issue may be, if you guys are hearing it, then that's the main thing that counts, right? And why have I suddenly got the hiccups? Very weird. Anyway. The layering, I think, is gonna work. I think this is gonna work. I hope this is gonna work. It ought to. I mean, probably. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that. And paste that there. So first thing I need to do is I need to switch off the symmetry ruler for a bit. And do this. Okay. Placing patterns on a hem. That's the next step in the process. Something like that. Duplicate. And flip horizontal, okay. Merge down, clip. Okay, there we go, there we go. Now, this slot. Pull it down a bit. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there for now. Hit the save button and task switch. Okay. Task switch today. Right, I was working on the gambeson. That's nice, but we need an alternative. We like the asymmetrical wrap. Hmm. Let's do a distinct point on this one, I think. Okay, let's go with something like that ought to work. Okay, how about, Ba-da-dum-bum. No. Don't like how that executed. I don't like how that executed it. Do that. I want to do something that's gonna be something this embroidery maybe? Let's go with. Let's just use this distract. another sort of embroidery type thing, maybe. Nope, not that. That doesn't look right. That would. Okay, so I'm happy with that base layer. Now we throw next section. Right, armor. Armor. Let's start with asymmetry in the plate. I think that's going to be a good starting point. Mirror the Yeah. That. Hmm. It's definitely different. Whether it's good or not is still to be seen. Because there's the matter of physicality. Ankle needs to shift. Maybe something like that. Okay, don't need to find too much at this stage. Let's see. This one is going to be extra in the third, not twice from the other one. Okay. Maybe? That's the thing, I guess. Regular. something like that. It's too much texture. It's definitely show-offish. That's too much texture. In the context of a comic adaptation, that's something that's going to make the comic artist throw pitchforks at me. I like the idea. Having information outside. But that's enough, I think. Alright. Now for the shape of this hut. Get rid of all of the detail in it. And turn this into scale bit. almost got this layer already. Next step. Right, I think it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Definitely hydrates time. Okay. Now let me think. I need to come up with something for the quizzes now. That will complement whatever that madness is that's happening on top there. Fun times. Okay. I definitely feel the printing look, I think. Don't want that to be as high though, because that's gonna mess with. Well, wait, we're gonna cause difficulties in the way. Okay. Up. Let's see. I'm Not feeling inspired about increases right now. I need the save button and go back to Teo. For a moment. I try and figure out what I'm going to do with creases. On that iteration goes, oi. Now here, what I want to do. Here, what I want to do. What I want to do. What I want to do. What next? What next? What next? Start by putting these on the right color. Maybe then I'll be able to think more clearly. Layer ordering. How about mesh? Undo, undo, undo. Undo, undo. Get that down. Merge. Duplicate. Hide. Hide. Drop that in there. Clip. Duplicate. Drop that in there. What is it? Follow dodge 40. Okay. Almost got this. Almost got this. Okay, so. Yeah. So. And I'm going to duplicate that. Put that there. Okay, and then this is the last one then. Right. Patterns on that fabric in place. Yoich. Let's hope it works. Let's hope it works. Now I need to go to grab that, duplicate it, Okay. Copy. Paste. Duplicate that. Like so. Yeah. Let me just adjust it. There we go. And I need one more. Hey, sorry. That was loud. I'm sorry. Sure. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to not do that. Instead. We're gonna do this the manual way. Hype! Hello, hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, my name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and on a really super ultra chill work-along stream tonight. Hello, welcome. Good to meet y'all. Thank you for the raid, Hype. How are you doing? What were you up to? I hope you had a good stream. Playing some intergalactic soccer game. Okay, nice, fun times. I hope that I got the shout out right. Yes. How's the working going along? It is going. I have half of the second iteration for Zany on his armor design sorted, and I am figuring out slowly but certainly the very heavily pleated skirt for Teo's VTuber model rig. The only reason why I'm working on those in behind the hex curtain is because I do not necessarily know at what point I am going to spend like 5 minutes at a time just staring at a thing, trying to figure out what I'm looking at and where I'm going to go with a certain thing. Or when I'm working with the VTuber model, going through body layers, flipping through all the things, if I might accidentally flash something, that will get me bonked on YouTube by accidentally hiding things in the wrong order, if you know what I mean. So I'm just going through the motions, plugging away at the tasks at hand, but so far so good. It's been a productive evening so far. As far as I can tell, I've had a couple of iterations of the iteration, and I've mostly figured out, I think, the methodology that I'm going to use for this skirt, in terms of making it such that it will be less of a nightmare to rig than the previous one we worked on. But yeah, I'm currently just doing a mix of building and rendering at the same time, trying to figure out, okay, how can I optimize this as much as possible while still making it look good. So yeah. But I hope the soccer game is fun. If I remember correctly, you were looking forward to it quite a lot, so sounds busy as always. Yeah, we are on the next wave of deadlines on its way, so technically I need to have Zany's iterations to him by no later than Friday, so that I can do some work on that. Also ASAP as well, because his deadline is the 30th, which is very close by. But we're getting there. Yeah, having a crazy good time with this crazy game? Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Intergalactic soccer. Huh. Interesting. I'll sadly have to go off and grab some sleep, but nice hearing you again. Oh, thank you for joining us. It was really, really nice having you drop by. I really appreciate the raid. Wish you all the best on your current work schedule. You got this, Rial. Thank you, Hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, you go get your rest. It is indeed quite late, so best of luck. Hope you get a good rejuvenating rest in, and I'll see you around as well. Thank you for dropping by. Let's see. That ought to do the trick there. And dodge. And grab you. There we go. That's that. I'll probably need to temper it a little bit, but it's fine. I'll get there when I do the rest of that render. Yeah. That. And that looks sufficiently shiny. Okay. And the next one. And shinies. Okay. That looks convincing. That looks convincing. Okay. I think. Anyway, I hope. Just want to quickly do this. Let's see. Toaster, thank you for reminding me to hit the save button. I shall do just that. What are you doing? You do that on both canvases that I've got open. Because I'm switching between 2 tasks at the same time. Technically through 3. Right this very moment, I'm just quickly making a communication. How are you doing, Toaster? I'm doing well. I saw your soon-to-be VTuber daughter earlier today. Yes! Yes, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I see no indication on the profile yet regarding a debut day, but I am seeing that she's almost got everything on the model unlocked. There's only a few more likes on the model, and then design unlock is complete. It's very exciting. Very, very, very exciting. I was wondering who she was when I saw the live alert, and then she remembered how often I am here. Ah! Ah! Yeah, no. I think you have a way of, how can I phrase this? You have definitely made your presence known here. You have definitely made your presence known here, and I really, really appreciate your reliable arrivals. Being present here. Yeah, yeah. It's very nice having a reliable regular. I just quickly writing up a message to Zany with a little bit of an update on progress. At any point around this time, I'm usually here. Yes. Around 10 UTC. I can almost set a watch by it. Just me anytime you stream? No! I am glad you're enjoying them. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I've asked a couple of times, but I'm not sure if, because I haven't gotten a reply from anyone yet, but is the audio balance okay? Can you hear background music? Because I have it set to audio to monitoring and output on my OBS, but I can't hear anything. And I've already checked, it's not the headphone connection, so I have no idea what's going on. Maybe my OBS is just full of nonsense. But please let me know if you can actually hear background music. Audio balance is good. I said your mic is good yesterday. Okay, no, it's just that things have... I made a tiny itty bitty tweak again. And also, I'm supposed to be able to hear the background music now myself as well, because it's what you guys should be hearing. But for some obscure reason today, I'm not hearing it. If I open up any other media anywhere outside of OBS, I can hear it. But I can't hear it currently in OBS, so it's just weird. I think my OBS just wanted to be rebooted, but it's meh. The BGM is playing, at least on stream I can hear it. Okay. If you can hear it on stream, then I know that at least my audio encoder isn't broken. It's just the monitoring that's being buggy today. See how that one lands. What's this? Okay. Ignorable. And okay, that is due the 26th of December. Okay. December 1, December 2, December 17, December 26. Alright. We might make it. We might make it. We'll see. Okay. Now what I need to do is flip merge, duplicate, grab, transform, flip. Okay. Yeah, merge down. There is fine. Merge, duplicate, grab symmetry ruler, transform, flip. Okay. Deselect symmetry ruler, merge down, collapse, grab, merge down, duplicate, select symmetry ruler, grab, flip, okay, deselect, and merge down. Okay. Next. Bum. I think. Okay. That's that. Let's decolor code those. So rendering the side, that's those in place. Okay. That's not gonna fly. How am I gonna handle this? How am I gonna handle this next piece? Let's... collapse that for a moment. And go with copy, paste, clear, show source render, reduce opacity. Start here. Hide, hide, hide. Okay. That should do the trick on that. Need to shuffle corners. Like that. And that. Like here. Okay. Now theoretically. Theoretically. That should work like that, yeah, okay. Now, no, undo. Edit, outline selection, like that. There we go. Now we merge them. There we go. Sashian, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah. I'm good. Ultra addicted to a new game. Ooh. Which game? To a point I almost lost my stream streak with you. Oh dear. Where Winds Meet? Ooh, yes. I've been hearing about Where Winds Meet. It is on my to-do list to play that eventually. It is definitely on my to-do list to play that. The wuxia vibes are talking with me. It's probably not gonna happen like before March at the soonest, but like... It is in my Steam library, waiting for me to have time for it. I have too many hours played in barely any days. Wow. Everyone who I have spoken to who has played it has really, really enjoyed it, and has had a similar experience of pouring too many hours into too few days. It sounds like it's a really good one. Grahazek, hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. I have plans to start it in January. Ooh. Yeah. I need to get through my queue before I can entertain the idea of entertainment. You know what I mean. I'm max level and it took me 6 days. Wow. Wow. Okay. Sure. That is impressive. That is impressive. It'll likely take me 90 days to meet track level. Yeah, I'm expecting. I'm not going to set any expectations for for the amount of time I would take to reach anything, because yeah, I've not finished a game before. I have not finished a game before. Really. It's really easy to level up. That's good to know. Yeah, whenever I start a game, inevitably, work happens, and then I have to put it down for several months, and then I can't remember where I was last at. That is my experience with games. But you know what? At this point, something that I'm just accepting as a fact of reality. Know that the day I finish a game properly, as in thoroughly complete a game, it is going to rain and rain and rain and rain, and it will flood, because it does not ever happen that I finish a game. Maybe, but I'm also very slow. The slow debuff is real. Is it as easy as gaining EXP by just standing there? I don't know if it'll be an idle game. I know those exist. But I have no idea. how that works in practicality, but anyway. Kona exiles, you gain EXP by just being alive? Whoa. Interesting. Now you have to do quests. And explore. Ooh, yeah. That's what will slow me down. Yeah. Hours of running around exploring and no quests turned on. No. I've also I've also made that mistake in a couple of games. I think. Explore a bit and then get basically the entire map unlocked and then be completely lost about what to do next. I think that was what my issue was with Skyrim as well, is that there is actually so much to do in no fixed order that I ended up getting task paralysis from it a little bit. Like, there was just not enough nudge in a direction for me to not get completely lost about where I was and what I was doing and all of that. And then, of course, having the months in between sessions of playtime also did not help. Thus, in such cases where other gain 20 levels in an hour, I only gained half a level. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. It happens. At least World of Warcraft did give you some EXP for discovering the area. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Now what I want to do is I want to actually clear it. Select, reselect. So. Something like that, okay, I think. I wonder. Okay, I'm... How can I... bum. Okay, let me go with Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Okay. Next piece needs to be here. Creases, greaves, planes. Let's go. Let's see if we can come up with something. Let's keep coming up with something. Creases, greaves, and planes. It's just hard to test it here for a bit. I just want to see. I think it needs. What does it need? It needs something with. be something like that. Not personally to my taste, but it's extra. Let's see how it's received. High because I suppose having one or two bad ideas, quote unquote bad ideas, on the plate is not necessarily a bad thing. Undo all of that because why? Wrong layer! Something like that, maybe. It's really not to my taste. Anyway, my taste does hardly matter in this case, after all. Something like that. Scaps. I wonder. I wonder. Oh, I have returned with nom-noms and shopping. Ooh. I hope the grub is good. I am contemplating my life decisions when it comes to toe guards. They look really, really dumb, in my opinion, but anyway. Maybe if I make them less organic looking, more graphic. Zany, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? We are currently working on iterations in the back here behind the hex curtain. Hopefully it will yield something worthwhile. Groggy, I just woke up. Ooh. Welcome to consciousness. My condolences. I jest. Or do I? How are you? I'm doing alright, thank you. I am very grateful courtesy of the shower that finally got repaired after it broke in July. I think it was July anyway, because that's when we originally got the quote from the plumber for how much it was going to cost to fix the thing. So yeah, I am very, very grateful that that little saga is finally behind me. They still need to actually send me the invoice, now that I think about it. I will deal with that probably in the morrow. But yeah, beyond that, I am ticking by, plugging away. At the various projects on the cards. Trying my darndest to make these iterations not look completely lame. Which is my number one fear, is that they might not be extra enough, I guess, is the thing that I'm fearing most. Because it's a very conservative silhouette. And trying to figure out, okay, how can I break that silhouette in interesting ways that's not going to inhibit the function is an interesting challenge. Because this is, at the end of it all, a interesting balancing act of form and function. So we do what we can. I'm just over... I'm about halfway through the second iteration. I'm about halfway through the second iteration. I've just got now the creases, greaves, and pelanes to sort out on this one, and then I can move on to the tassets and the cloak. For this iteration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a couple of different layers for your iterations. So you'll get base layer, which is going to be your whatchamacallit, your chaps and your gambesons. Then the second layer is going to be your base armor. Third layer is going to be your tasset design, and then fourth layer is going to be your cloak. So it's going to be 3 iterations, but for each iteration you're going to get 4 drawings as I show each layer on top. So you've got bits that you can pick and choose from. Because it doesn't help, I kind of rough out, okay, something sort of this-ish, and then I have it's all in one conglomeration, and then we kind of need to decode what bits belong to what for reassembly once we've selected which pieces we're actually going to use. But I think it's time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. taking notes. Yeah, no. You know what? Just one sec. For now, am I safe for work on the other side? Yeah, I am. So I'm just gonna quickly go to the main screen for a sec. So this is where we're presently at in terms of our options. So this is still our raw version 3 without any of the other customizations. It's still very much raw. Here is all of the layers on version 1, and I'm currently working on version 2. So we're slowly but certainly building up to something that looks distinctly different between each version, so that you can have options. I've opted to go for a breastplate that is segmented for a little bit more maneuverability as well, because while I was stretching, I kind of took particular note of the way that the collarbones narrow the space between the arms as you move your arms forward and across your body. And I'm thinking when you're doing a wind up for a sword swing, that chest compression, if you've got to give you that extra spring and that extra reach for your lateral sword swing, if you've got a breastplate that is inhibiting how far you can pull your arm back across your body, that's probably not gonna end well. So I opted to go for a segmented breastplate that can flex and compress a little bit as well. Accordingly. So that is something that I'm incorporating into all of the versions, is that segmentation. Because I don't necessarily want to cut more material away from the upper breastplate in order to account for that. Interesting. Yeah, it's weird what bits of biomechanics you notice when you are, you know, going about and actually paying attention to what your body does when you move. Because you emphasized when we were discussing this previously that maneuverability was of highest priority. So it is something that I have been considering quite heavily. Yeah, and I'm in one of those moments where it's kind of just a matter of sitting staring at it until an idea hits me for what to do next. In terms of our leg gear. And yeah, I'm also focusing entirely on shape at the moment. I'm not even looking at contrast or color at all, because that's just way too much information to try and dissect in one go, I think. That makes sense. I'm glad. I can already tell it may take a bit to narrow down the aspects here. Yeah, there are a lot of options, and there's scope to chop and change within each set quite significantly. So, But I'm going to go back to Hex Curtain for a bit because as much as I want to give you an update on what's going on, I feel like if you stare at what is already here too long, you might already start to formulate ideas, and then before the third iteration is ready, because you've seen it for too long and too extensively, it can become harder to make up your mind. Because you haven't got that flash idea of, okay, this one looks good. Or that one looks better than that, because of over familiarity, I think. I know that that's something that I've personally struggled with when it comes to designing or coming up with ideas for things, is that extreme familiarity with older versions can inhibit sometimes creative fuel for the new ones. So I think that is, as far as design work goes, something that I kind of learned the hard way over the course of this year as well. But yeah, the job is a lot of staring at the thing until something smacks you in the face. It's an interesting process. to try and figure things out. Like sometimes one thing just gels and then everything just slots together thereafter. But sometimes it is not quite that straightforward. Especially when you're trying to make things extra, while still being practical. Because we're trying to get the balance here of extra enough to scream fantasy world, and let all the girls who find the sparklies cool swoon a little bit, while still allowing the male gaze to look at it and say, oh, this makes practical daily sense, I can get behind that, that is cool. Without just being, you know, if I raise my arm, am I going to stab myself in the neck today? We've all seen those armor sets. Spiky creases were a great idea until you tried to sit down. Eep. Things like that. We're aiming for something that's going to be cool enough that someone looks at it and says, I want to wear that. That at the end of the day is the target, is to make something that's cool enough for someone to look at it and say, I want to wear that. Why? Because that's how you hook the cosplayers. What? Yes, but it's an interesting balancing act. And then give them enough information so that they'll actually be able to assemble the thing. What do those emotes mean? What? Hyper nod. Conga. Ah, fun. Speaking of cool enough to cosplay, Do you guys have a character that you'd ever looked at and said, oh damn, I want to wear that? Like, just in general. Do you guys have characters like that? I'm gonna move my camera over here again. Like, from a fictional franchise, you just look at it and say, that looks so cool, I want to dress like that. I will not lie. For me, it was definitely Tartaglia from Genshin. Like, I would totally steal his outfit every day. And I would rock it, honestly. IRL, I've got the sort of body type that it would flatter quite nicely. Hmm. I'm not getting anything right now. I'm looking at stuff over on another side to see if I can get extra inspiration going. But at the same time, I'm also trying to keep enough of a fresh brain to not accidentally copy something too heavily. Also, balancing act. Hmm. Yeah, I'm drawing up blanks again. I'm drawing blanks again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting it. Oh, thank you. I'll have a look. If you'd like something to ease your mind, I did reply to your inquiry on Legion. Thank you. It's fine. Okay, let me just reply to this. I've got to refresh the page. Was that bug is still there? I really got to get around to reporting that. That bug has been there for like, I don't know how many weeks, but I've not gotten around to reporting it yet. It would help if I don't accidentally press buttons. Yeah. Begone with you. We do enjoy Harrier regen around these parts. I am glad you enjoy Harrier regen around these parts. So I'm gonna do this real quick. Okay, we'll see how that handles. Okay, we'll see how that handles. Let me switch back to this one. For a little bit more. So lower arm parts still need to happen. Still need to finish rendering legs and feet a bit. Still got to do the robot arm. This entire skirt is way too long, but anyway. It's probably half of my issue. That's probably half of my problem. Let's see what happens if I take all of those, pull those up. Now I need to be very careful. I need to do it this way. Expand a lot of them. This I need to pull down so that I've got more space to see. very lucky this will work. If I'm less than lucky, then I'm gonna have to redo a fair chunk of today's work. Come on, let's see. Am I gonna be lucky today? Looks like it, okay. Looks like I got lucky. Ooh! Only minor corrections necessary. Okay, phew. New shower curtains and bath mat work like a charm. Nice, nice, nice. Having those sorts of things refreshed in one's bathroom is a lovely feeling when it happens. To know, yep, it's good, it's not falling apart, it is not molding underfoot. All of those other little considerations. It's like cleaner than clean. Yeah. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that one does need to refresh every now and again, for sure. And when it does happen, it is always nice. It's like getting a new kitchen sponge as well. It just feels... Oh! When I'm using this thing now, it's gonna come out... What I'm working with is gonna come off clean now. It doesn't feel like I'm using a dirty thing to try and clean a thing. It's a good feeling. If one can sort of get that domestic sense. Oh, that's a super underrated feeling. Yeah. Yeah. Ah! Oh dear, I almost made a huge mess. I almost made a huge mess. My shortcut keyboard that I got with the tablet almost fell off of my desk, and I caught it and simultaneously mashed all of the buttons on it. Whoops. Save button. Let's start with it. Thank you for the save, Toaster. Okay. So all of these 100 million box pleats, how many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, technically it's 6, because mirror modifier. 6 box pleats that need to be rendered in terms of shading. Hide that. Hide that. Let's go in here. Let's see. Grab that. Grab that. Like so. Like so. Mm-hmm. Okay. Next, let's make this smaller. Front sections. Hide that. Okay, something like that ought to do the trick. Cool. Now, on the next layer up, okay, that's second section, so third section. You are gonna behave like short. There we go. So I'm happy with the back section of that now. Now about the front section, let's see. Yeah, that looks right. Now the front. Oh, still got to do that correction as well. Got to do that shape correction as well. Arc, okay. Noted. What's the time on this? 28 hours. 28 hours on this canvas. Okay, fine. That's still pretty chill. Save button. That's why I'm jumpy. Okay, so next. You. Next over here. And like that. Okay. Like that. Next. almost got this one sorted in terms of how it falls. Here we go. Okay. That should do the trick there. Now, the next thing that this render needs in order to look like something it's gonna be what? Save. Let's see. I'm not going to use that. Make a note. Oh no, that's what I'm using that for. Oops, never. Small, it's compact, it'll do the job. Do the job, I'll use that. Okay. That's not gonna do the thing, is it? Let me just complete that. Gotta get transcribed later anyway, just so I can put it in the graveyard. Transcribe it. Old. That wait for the day when thank you. This. That as well. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna log some because I can't think of anything right now, and if I don't do it now, I'm going to procrastinate this until. But let me quickly go and have a scuzz at some stats. So I'm going to close this canvas. I'm going to close that canvas. Open. Here. File loading. And on this side, what I want to do is I want to open no, not open. I want to go to here and I want to see. Okay, so art 50 hours 14 minutes. On the model art. Okay. Then it was how many? Let's start with a temporary page here quickly so that I can do subtractions on timestamps. It's not going to be an accurate time check because I'm quickly just doing a time check on how much time I spent on the cheeky model, on the Luna Wolf model. So that is total time. 4, 5, 43 minus 14, 47, and basically in time was 3:40, 54. Or 3, 55, 54, 3:40. Okay, so that's gonna be, and that was on to October. That was $65 minus 40 minus 14 . Minutes. Okay, that boils down to now what I need to check is 3 minus 1, 4, 2 4s, and 6. You really don't need to be bothered about seconds. So 4 hours and 5 minutes minus 26 minutes. That's going to be basically 3 hours. And okay, that's that one. Next, 9 minutes 20. Nine minutes. And the end. Where did I stop? Eventually. Was 6 hours 30. When was that? 2025 10:07. Minutes. So, total stream time of 6 hours 38 minutes. Minus 9 minutes. It's 29. So that means that was a total stream time of 6 hours and 29 minutes. Next. Was 10 minutes, and we ended off at 6:41. So that's 51. No, 41, 31. 6 minutes 31. 6 hours 31 minutes. Okay, and that was on the ninth. So that was hours and 51 minutes. Okay. Then next one was on the 15th of October. It was 5 hours and 26. So when did we dive in? At 7 minutes, 8 minutes. And ended at all practical purposes 5 hours 20. So that's going to be 5 hours. 12 min. Okay. Next. That was on the 2025 10 1 6. We got going at 6 minutes. We finished up at 6. We pretty much ended stream straight at the end point here, so that's going to be 6-ish. Hours 9. Okay. Next. We got cracking at 13 minutes. And we ended off at 6 hours 20. On okay. There we go. Slowly but certainly just kind of working out how long it took to build the Lunar Wolf model. It's currently the job I'm busy doing. Because if I don't do it now, I'm probably going to procrastinate on it for another 2 months, and I can't afford to procrastinate on this job for another 2 months. So, why? Because I've got to use this for my pricing changes that are happening in January. Ark. It's part of the information that I'm gathering. Now, next one I got going at 13 minutes as well. Interesting. And I finished up at What day was that? 23rd, so... Huh? Just did stupid math there. Okay, what? Let's see. Where was this? No wonder I should have been suspicious. It's about 40 minutes in, isn't it? Yeah, that's 14 minutes in. 15 minutes in. And we ended off at 5:50. So 50 minus 15, 35. And that was 26. Of course, none of this is capturing the offline hours that I failed to record in totality. And goodness alone knows there were offline hours as well. My next date was the 28th. We got going at 7 minutes. And we finished up at 6 hours 18. So that's 6 hours 11. Okay, then the next one. Next one is 29th of October. We got going at 7 minutes as well. we ended off at 6 minutes later. 6 hours later. So that's going to be 6 hours and 4 minutes. Okay. Next is the tails tracking one. Was redoing the tails, so that one we got going at 8 minutes. And we ended off at 6 hours 34. So that was on the 30th, so that's 6 hours 26. Alright, the next one was minutes, and we ended at 5 hours 42. And that was on nothing. So that's 5 hours 32. Okay. That was 8 minutes, and we ended at 5 hours 17, and that was on the November. That's going to be 5 hours 9. Next one was 12 minutes, and we ended at 12 5 minutes 44. And that was on which day? So that is 5 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. Next one. Was 7-8 minutes as well. We ended at (6 hours 10). That was on 10th of November. So that's 6 hours and 2 minutes. Next one we got going at 10 minutes. And we finished up at 5 hours and 6. So that's gonna be um 4 hours. What was that? Oh, okay. And then I'm going to do a pre-total for up until that point. That is going to be 50 plus 3 plus 6 plus 6 plus 5. No, before I do that, I want to go 15 plus 29 plus 29 plus 31 plus 12 plus 9 plus 7 plus 35 plus 11 plus 4 plus 26 plus 32 plus 9 plus 32 plus 2 plus 59 equals 41. How much is that in minutes? Is that in hours? That's how many hours? That's okay, so 341 minus 60 equals 31, 21, 61, 101, 41 equals 5 hours and 41 minutes. So then that's going to be 5 hours plus 50 hours plus 3 plus 6 plus 6 plus 5 plus 6 plus 6 plus 5 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 6 plus 4 equals 135 hours. Okay, 135 hours, 41 minutes on page. That is not all of the hours. So, $135 hours, 41 minutes. Okay, then that was on that stream. Next, on the 12th of November. We started at 10 minutes. We ended at 3 hours and 7 minutes. It was a short stream, wow. Okay, unusually short. Unusually short stream. Okay. So that was gonna be 2 hours and 57 minutes. Next, we got going at 7 minutes? 7-ish minutes, okay, somewhere in there. And we finished up at 5 hours 12. Okay, so we finished at 5 hours 12. That was on the 13th of November. So 20, 25, 11, 13. So that was 5 hours and 5 minutes. Okay. Then the next thing was on the 17th of November. And that was a starting time of how far in? 6 minutes. And we ended at 6 hours 25. So that means that we were streaming for 6 hours and 19 minutes. Okay. And then there's an indeterminate amount of time that I spend working offline as well. Well, an indeterminable amount of time that I spend working offline as well. So that means that in total, let's see, 57 plus 5 plus 19. No, 57 plus 5 plus 19 plus 41 equals 122 minutes. And then Mario Jackson, hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. You caught me as I was just adding up how much time I think I spent working on the cheeky model. Welcome in, everyone. Greetings. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things. Mari has arrived. He dashes to get food. Have a great Thanksgiving, my future model parent. Thank you, Marius. Go enjoy your Thanksgiving meal. And thank you once again so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I apologize that it is slightly boring visually at the moment. I'm just quickly doing a job before I procrastinate, because why? This is a work-along stream, and therefore work-along streams require you to actually do work. Let's see. And I am doing some admin regarding the changes that I'm going to be making in January for pricing, and for that I need to actually count how much time I spent working on certain projects. So what I'm currently adding up is the amount of time that I spent on a art and rig model for Luna Wolf, and it is currently sitting at and it's not a complete count. It's not a complete count by any stretch of the imagination. 135 plus 2 plus 2 plus 5 plus 6 equals 150 hours. And 2 minutes, but that is minus a great amount of time that I did not record because I was stupid and did not track my time properly. So that should give me a rough expect so far. 150 hours, yikes. Okay. Casual. Casual. For an Autumn rig. So then I need to also start doing a record for how much time I've spent on the tail rig as well. So I have not yet completed the art, so it's on canvas record is not complete. I spent 50 hours on Cheeky, on Luna Wolf. I really need to start actually using her new name now. I significantly need to start using her current name now. But I will catch the amount of time that I spent on Teo properly later. I think... What was I working on these work-alongs? On these invisible work-alongs? Not sure. But I can see at least 1, 2, 3 thumbnails, 4, 5. Okay, I can see 5 thumbnails where I was streaming progress on the Teo rig. So let's grab the date on that. That was on 19th of August. That's 8. So 2025 08 19. We got started at or is this just doing art layers? This was art. This is doing the art. I'm not going to include this because that's actually drawing of things. This is actually drawing that. I don't want to count that time twice. I do not want to count that time twice. Okay. The next one was on the 25th. And we got going at the 16-minute mark, 17-minute mark. There we go. And we ended rigging at the 8:44. So 8 hours and 44 minutes. So, that means that we were going for 8 hours and 27 minutes. Whoops! That was a long day. Then the next one was on the 1st of September. So 2025, 09, 1. We started at 2 hours and 27. No, not 2 hours 27, that's 2 hours and 20. And we ended at 5 hours, 6 hours. So that's gonna mean we were working for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Why? Because we were doing something else in that stream as well. Okay. Then the next one was gonna be 8th of September. And it was, we got started at 16 minutes. And we ended at basically 7 hours 21. So that means we were going for 7 hours and 5 minutes. Okay. Then the next one was on the 17th of September. Why? Because this was part of Donathon month, which was all over the show. We got going at 13 minutes. And we ended at about, what's this? 5 hours 34. Which means that we were going for 21 minutes. So 5 hours and 21 minutes. Okay. And then in the invisible stream, what was I working on? Looks like I was working on body art layers. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I was working on body art layers there. So I'm not going to count that time because that time is going to be counted on the canvas. Then the next one was I was also working on tail here for certain. We got going at 10 minutes. And we ended up starting to yap at 4:32. So that was on the 23rd of September, so that was gonna be 4 hours and 42 minutes. Okay. No idea what I was working on here. I'm not gonna count it because I can't tell. Yeah, those two I'm not going to count because I cannot tell. Okay, and I think I got busy with admin in between of those as well. So that means, not counting art so far, I have spent 3 plus 7. Yeah, let's start for a minute. 27 plus 40 plus 5 plus 51 plus 52 equals 5. Which means that's 8, 3, 7, 5, 4, 1 equals 28 hours so far on the Teo model. Okay. So I'm going to definitely be tallying my time. On this with more detail going forward, because I need to definitely capture more accurate readings on how much time I am actually spending on these rigs and in what parts of the rigs. So I'm going to be making much more detailed notes about this. So I'm gonna book off like 4 pages. I'm gonna book 4 pages for the tail model, I think. If I need less, yay, but I'm gonna actually take timestamps down for when I start and stop, so I'm going to definitely go through more paper. I'm definitely going to be going through more paper, so that is probably going to happen starting soon and very soon. But all of that said, I need to actually end for today. I have been going now for 5.5 hours. We have accomplished a lot. I cannot believe that the Lunar Wolf model tallies up to 150 hours. That is a lot of hours. That is a lot of hours on one project. Wow. And that's not a complete count. Eep. But you know what? Fair. With the amount of redos I did on it as well, it took the time. So I will discard those hours that were lost to the redos, you know? Which definitely counted for a lot, because I had to redo quite a couple of things. Several times over in the process of that model, but it's fine. In the end, it looks good, so I'm happy. Doesn't matter how many retakes it takes, right? That I'm happy and client is happy. Model looks good. The model is functional. Hopefully no bugs get discovered. There oughtn't be any bugs that get discovered, so yay. Is that a Biden? Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are just wrapping up for today because I have now been streaming for 5.5 hours. And there we go, flight mode, just before we end off. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the wings. Thank you for the wings. I'm about to take off. But yeah, we got a lot done. I just did a tally on how much time I spent working on the Cheeky model. Cheeky is renamed or changed names to Lunar Wolf. So from now on, when I refer to Lunar Wolf, I am referring to Cheeky. So that model I have a count for 150 hours, 150 work hours. That's not including time that is unrecorded because it's not on stream and it's not on the Clip Studio Canvas recorded hours, which currently is the only record of the amount of time that I've spent on it. So there's definitely lost time in that. I think we can easily add another 50 hours to that of unrecorded time. But yeah. We spent a lot of time on that model. Hopefully it will be well received. So if you have not yet, please go check out Lunar Wolf and go and throw some support on the model reveal as well on her profile. And also I will let you guys know as soon as I know what the debut day is. And then let us make a plan to go and throw motivational cookies and wave creative chaos pom-poms for her debut when that finally arrives, shall we? Yes, yes, I think so. All of that said, yeah. I am going to definitely be taking more distinct notes regarding my timestamping on the VTuber projects going forward, because oh my word, I definitely grossly underestimated how much time things take. So I will be I will be looking into all of this time and figuring out, okay, how many hours get allocated to what sorts of jobs. And then from that information, which I'm going to draw from the Teo model and also from Sishian's model as well, that is going to be critical to my price updates that are happening in January. So if you are wanting to get in the queue before prices change, please make sure that you submit it. I will not be expecting anyone to pay more for their stuff if they got in the queue before the price changes. So price changes are never going to affect anything that has already been confirmed before the date of the price change. Alright? So in your quote, what's in your quote is what you pay. So if you want to get in the queue before the prices change in January, make sure you do so. I do believe I have a note on that in my YouTube community page and also on my Twitter and Blue Sky. You can just go hunt for that there. Probably, I think the YouTube page is where you're going to find it fastest. But go check it out. Get all of the information on that. I will be making those updates come the 1st of January. So if you want to get in on this year's pricing before I account for 150 hours, 200 hours for art and rig on a VTuber, then please do make sure you get yourself in the queue soon. That being said, we are, while the queue is a little bit longer, going to expect slightly longer turnaround times as well. So just be mindful of that. If you've got a deadline that is imminent, then you might not be in the greatest of luck. But yeah, otherwise, if you are interested in getting anything from my portfolio, please consider getting yourself in the queue relatively soon. Okay. But yes, I will be looking into this information in greater detail going forward. And guys, please check on me that I am writing things down. Please check on me that I am writing things down, because I am terrible. I will forget to write things down if I am not reminded to write things down. I am a forgetful burb. It's literally my entire shtick. All right, it's facts. I am a forgetful burb. So, let me know. Check up on me until such time as it becomes habit, please and thank you. But yeah, I have to call it a night now. It has been an eventful last couple of days. And yeah, we are making headway slowly but certainly. From tomorrow we are going to be diving a little bit more thoroughly into the Teo rig. In the background, I've been speaking with Zany regarding his outfit design. We're going to be working on that in the background as well. I'm going to be working on his iterations as much as possible over the next couple of days as well, to try and get those finalized and through to him. But for stream work, I think we're going to see if we can get ready to do more work on the Teo rig as soon as humanly possible. I have almost got enough clothing pieces to pull into the model to rig that into place as well. We're not there yet. We've still got to do a lot of body work before I can pull clothing layers in and all of that madness. So there are going to be a couple more invisible productivity streams leading up to the point where there is just enough security to be able to continue rigging physics and things and body movements and all of that madness without, you know, breaking TOS on platforms, right? So soon we will get there. We will get there. It will happen within the next... By Wednesday, I wanted to be... By this time next week, I wanted us to be in the point where we can be rigging on Teo's model without needing to be jumping back and forth between Live 2D and Clip Studio too much. So that's going to be the goal there. And I've also got a couple of other things in the queue that need to happen imminently as well. But we've got a little bit of headroom. We've got a little bit of headroom now, courtesy discussions that happened with Zelania in the background. Which, as much as I hate having to ask for extensions, this last stretch has definitely given me an education in terms of managing lead times. I will try to manage my VGen a lot more carefully in terms of waitlists, because if we see that things do fill up before the price increases in January, then I may actually have to waitlist my entire VGen profile, like, significantly, if things stack up. If things stack up, yeah, I'm definitely going to need to waitlist my VGen profile. I'm not far away from it. I'll be very honest with you guys, I'm not far away from it. So, we'll check. I'm going to give it, like, another 2 weeks before I decide whether yay or nay I'm waitlisting my profile while I get through what's left. Waitlists, obviously, is not... Okay, I've got it. Actually, I can't waitlist my profile until... I can't waitlist my profile until January hits with the price increases, because otherwise it's not fair for people who have been saving up. Okay. Never mind what I just said. Never mind what I just said. I'm going to have to not put waitlists on until January. I'm just going to need to let people know that it might have extended lead times and prepare accordingly. So yeah. That is going to be the plan then. All of that said, guys, rest well when you get to it. I will see you guys tomorrow. I believe on the schedule it says we're going to be working on Zany. It's probably going to be another invisible productivity. I'll probably once again be toggling between working on Zany and working on Teo a little bit. It won't be in live 2D, which means it's going to be art layers, which means all of the time on that canvas is going to be recorded on the canvas, which is fine. Because that time I record separately from rigging time, because rigging time is not recorded on live 2D. So, just that little detail. But yeah. All of that said, thank you for joining me. I hope you guys were able to be productive as well. If you have been lurking, I appreciate the lurks. If you are in the VOD squad, I know I haven't mentioned you guys for a while, but thank you guys, you are MVPs. I sincerely encourage you, if you are a VOD watcher, to be doing so over on YouTube. Okay, if you're a VOD watcher, please watch on YouTube. Please and thank you. Right? Because those VODs are permanent, and yeah, I do read all of the chat messages aloud, or the majority of the chat messages aloud from both platforms, so you should get a similar experience this way with that. So yes, we will figure things out as we go, right? We'll figure things out as we go. I might actually disable VODs on... I might actually just disable VODs on Twitch, now that I think about it. I might actually just disable VODs on Twitch. Because yeah. Wild times. We'll figure things out, right? One step at a time. One step at a time. Okay. Rest well when you get to it. I shall see you on the morrow for more invisible productivity. Hopefully this time I'll actually be able to hear what my background music is doing, so I can keep up with you guys. I know it sounds a little bit different from usual, because partway through I decided to change songs. Woohoo! But yeah. Have fun, and until next time, guys. Cheery bye.